Carolina Board of Nursing will now convene. For the record, we do have a quorum, so I would like to call this meeting to order. As a friendly FYI, this meeting is being recorded for record purposes. In accordance with the State Ethics Act and the Code of Conduct for members of the North Carolina Board of Nursing, it is the duty of every member to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. Seeing none, we will move to the next part of the agenda. Welcome again, all board members and all of our visitors and staff. I would also like to welcome our newly elected board members, Dr. Anna Seaman and Karen York. Dr. Seaman will be joining us in February. To our guests who are observing today here in the office and through our public link, we would like to welcome you as well. The board's mission, vision, and values drive our work as a board and serves as a reminder to us as we carry out our business. The mission, vision, and values are posted on the board's website for reference. Are there any other announcements at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we will now move forward to review of the agenda. Item M4. Are there any additions, modifications, or reordering requested at this time? Seeing none, do I have a motion regarding adoption of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Diane Layden to adopt the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Thank you. The second has been made to the motion by Dr. Laura Bartlett. I will now call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by show of hands. The motion carries. Do I have a motion regarding adoption of the meeting agenda?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to adoption of the meeting agenda.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Andrea Jepson. Do I have a second? Thank you. The second has been made by Frank DeMarco. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. Motion carries. Thank you. For the open comment period, we are now there at that portion of our agenda. The purpose of the open comment period is to provide members of the public an opportunity to share their concerns, offer views, and present questions regarding issues that impact nursing and nursing regulation. As a friendly FYI, we are prohibited from discussing specific cases which are either pending or under investigation, or share those concerns, offer views and present questions regarding issues that impact nursing and nursing regulation. At this time, do we have any requests for open comment? Okay, thank you, Catherine. At this time, I will ask Dr. Lori Bird to come forward. Please be reminded that you have 5 minutes to address the board.
Greetings to the board from North Carolina Community College. Thank you. Greetings to the board from the North Carolina Community College System Office. We appreciate your time and for having us here. The North Carolina Community College System recognizes the need to maintain quality and high standards in nursing education. We support the efforts of the North Carolina Board of Nursing in ensuring the safety and health of the residents of North Carolina. In response to the proposed rule changes to the North Carolina Administrative Code for Nursing Programs, we request more time be given until the initiation of the proposed Rule 36.0303, existing programs relating to in-class PACS rates and programs being placed on warning status or being issued a notice of closure. We request that the implementation date be extended to at least December of 2024. Nursing programs are still experiencing the lingering impacts of COVID-19 on their programs. For example, associate degree nursing students enrolled in 21 to 23 years who are graduating in May of 2023 came into nursing programs during a time impacted by COVID-19 waivers, clinical restrictions, instructional methodology modifications, and faculty transition. The direct impact related to COVID was felt by the associate degree nursing classes of 2018-2020, 2019 to 2021, 2020 to 2022, and 21 to 2023. In addition to facing the implementation of the next-gen NCLEX in April, which may also affect pass rates across the system, we feel the proposed language notice of closure will have a negative impact on nursing programs. Recognizing the impact of these events for all nursing programs in the state of North Carolina, we request an extension in the implementation of this rule. We also ask that consideration be given to reporting the first and second time NCLEX pass rates for programs, that the second time pass rate be calculated into the overall pass rate for individual colleges. We thank you so much for all you do for the state of North Carolina and for keeping our citizens healthy. And we look forward to working with you and collaborating with you on continuing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Byrd. Will you also please leave a written statement with our administrative coordinator? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board before conclusion of the open comment period? Thank you. This concludes the open comment period. And thank you again, Dr. Byrd. I will now recognize Dr. Crystal Tillman, our Chief Executive Officer, to present her verbal report.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to get my slides pulled up here. They're switching slides over. Excuse me. We'll get started in just a minute. I apologize for this IT difficulty, but you know, it's the way of the world nowadays, isn't it? And my clicker does not seem to be working, so maybe pop it open and
Sometimes it's just that.
I mean, I can always. Here. Perfect, thank you. I tell you, IT, they just have the touch, don't they? Thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. And that's why we have them here. So welcome to all of our board members, the board staff who are here today, and especially to our two new elected board members. Yesterday, we had the board symposium, and we had the pleasure of swearing in Karen York as a new board member. And next month, we will swear in Dr. Anna Seaman, who is the RN ADN educator role, and Karen is fulfilling the RN staff nurse. I'd also like to welcome to the new chair position for 2023, Dr. Raquel Ingram. She is the founding chair at High Point University, and also to Andrea Jepson, who is our vice chair for 2023. So welcome. You'll do a fabulous job. We also have some new staff that I would like to introduce. So when I call you name, if you'll stand up, Dr. Anne Marie Milner, who is our education consultant and also a former board member. Tiana Langley, who is in operations. Welcome, Tiana. And Dr. Kimberly Louisana. who is our APRN consultant and is a nurse practitioner. So that gets us now at the board, we have 3 nurse practitioners. So welcome, all 3. Just want to show you the photos because we're very delighted that we have 5 nurses in the General Assembly. And first we have who used to be in the House of Representatives. We now have her as a senator, Senator Gail Adcock, who is in District 16, which is Wake County. Gail is both an RN and a nurse practitioner. And Representative Donna White is in District 26, which is in Johnston County. And then we have Representative Carla Cunningham, who's in District 106. It's in Mecklenburg County. And we have Representative Diane Wheatley, District 43 in Cumberland County. And our newcomer is Representative Diamond Stanton Williams, who's in District 73 of Cabarrus County. And I know we have some representatives here from Cabarrus County today as well. So just wanted to give you an update on the Nurse Licensure Compact, or what we call the NLC. As you can see, all the navy blue states, those are the compact states. And all our surrounding states are also compact, which really is for mobility. It allows nurses to be able to go from one state to another state to practice without having to get a license. Think of it as a driver's license. If you have a driver's license in North Carolina, you can drive through Virginia, Tennessee, but you have to follow their laws and rules in that state. So just kind of an update, Ohio was the latest state to join the compact this year. Alaska is pending, and Hawaii, which is a unionized nursing state, they are moving forward, which is really huge because it's been a while since Hawaii's gotten any type of movement. New York now has pending legislation, and this would be beneficial. As most of you know, the nursing strikes in New York, and the union impact there. So them being part of the compact state would certainly ease the nursing shortage as well. And the nice thing about New York is the governor is very supportive. So that's excellent news. This month was announced the retirement of Dr. David Benton, the CEO of National Council State Boards of Nursing, or NCSBN. And David has been in this position for 8 years and just done a fabulous job for nursing research, nursing regulatory education. So we certainly appreciate him and his role for 8 years, and he will be retiring in September of this year. The board of directors is now in a search for a new CEO. NCSBN also runs articles, and I especially love this one about Fayetteville State University. They were the pioneering class for Black sexual assault nurse examiners, which was just launched. Fayetteville State University, located in Fayetteville, has launched the historically Black school's first class for aspiring sexual assault nurse examiners. So congratulations to them. As we know, in our state, there are certainly a shortage of nurses, but also a real shortage of SANEs. So just to kind of give you a bird's eye view of licensure or numbers, you've got the pie chart and also the graphs. You can see that our numbers for RNs, for APRN roles, they're all increasing. The only one, the second on the left, LPNs. We're still seeing a downward trend in LPNs. So wanted to share that with you. And so if you scroll at the bottom of our website, you can always find the latest statistics for the 4 APRN roles, NA2s, RNs, and LPNs. Right now, we stand at a little over 177,000 licensed nurses, which is great. And so it's certainly trending upward. The test plans for the NCLEX, they have now been released, and also announced the passing score of the NCLEX RN and LPN. The National or the NCLEX Examination Committee, we recommended to the Board of Directors to maintain and not to raise the passing standard. And so the Board of Directors approved it. And so it will remain the same. It will not be increased for this year. And like I said, the test plans are now out. If you go to the National Council or NCSBN.org website, you can have access to those as well. NGN will be making its appearance April the 1st. And it's kind of ironic that that's going to be on April Fool's Day. So lots of work has gone into this. So really looking forward to it. This is a new and improved NCLEX, and the NGN is really asking better questions to be able to measure clinical judgment. So we're excited about the exam coming out. It's another way that we can protect the public and achieve the best outcomes for safety and criteria for institutions as well. The NGN is going to have additional 3 case studies. So each case study is 6 questions. So you'll have a minimum of 18 NGN style questions. So 3 case studies, 18 questions. So far in the testing, the beta testing, it has done wonderful. The NGN items have been tested well. It has not taken students as long as we originally thought that it was going to take them to take the NGN questions, which is a great sign. So just wanted to share that with everyone. And you may have noticed when you walked in today that it's colorful in here. We have a new logo. We have rebranded. And I just want to thank Dr. Sarah Griffin and her team have done a fabulous job in coordinating the efforts. And we just felt like it's been a while. We just needed a fresh look. So Brad or Travis, I believe you have a video that you're going to share with us. Great. Thank you. Thank you. And you may have seen it on Facebook. We have also printed out there to really celebrate and announce the rebranding. So just want to let everyone know that for the new board members, the 2023 election will be coming open soon. We vote from July 1st to August 15th. So if anyone is interested in any of the board positions that will be opening up, certainly go to our website for more information. One things that we've changed here at the board, and it really is for security reasons, is the license verification system. We have removed social security numbers as a way for the public to search for nurses and their license. Most of the other nursing regulatory boards have gone in that direction, and it really is about protecting public information, not public, private information, excuse me. So we no longer have that search capability. And for the Uniform Telehealth Act, legislative staff for the General Statutes Commission, they reached out to us directly prior to the session with the request for input that could be considered when the commission begins their discussions and reviews of the act. And of course, with session just starting, there's no bills that have been filed on this, but we're grateful for the opportunity to give our input, especially a regulatory perspective. As we know, telehealth is going to be huge this year. Moldova. I put this map up here because many of you maybe have not heard of the country of Moldova or where it's located, but the best description is right beside Ukraine. So Moldova works very closely with North Carolina. They are like our sister country. And they're getting started as far as nursing regulations. They do not have a registry for nurses in that country. And so we are working with them to try and help them Goodwill International, because why reinvent the wheel? So the representatives met at the Secretary of State's office this past Monday, and it was the senior academic leaders from Nikolai State University in Moldova. It was, like I said, at the office of our Secretary of State, Elaine Marshall, and this is a group that was from Moldova. So looking forward to working with them, helping them get set up, and certainly we're willing to share anything that we have in nursing regulations to help them move forward as well. Just wanted to talk about our DEI program. We have been having lunch and learns, and we will continue those opportunities in 2023. Staff and board members will be surveyed to find out some interests that you would like to see as far as DEI topics. And the article, the DEI article that was written by board staff, it's going to be published in the bulletin. So we're looking forward to that as well. And so thank you. And I would like to now turn it over to Dr. Sarah Griffin to give us an update on our strategic plan.
Travis, it's not turning red.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who deals with it.
Magic. Thank you, Travis. All righty. So in each of your packets, you should have a strategic plan flyer. And this is also posted to our website. So if you want to direct anybody that you may be speaking to regarding our strategic plan, it is posted on our website as well. So thank you for this opportunity to present on an update on the strategic plan. As requested at the last board meeting, I created this presentation to update you on this plan. And that starts on page 3 in your board member packet. The content in this presentation is a highlight of the content available in the formal strategic plan report in your packet, and that starts on page 18. So I have a PowerPoint presentation to highlight what your formal report should look like. The platform that we use to plan, monitor, and execute our plan is called Achieve It. Achieve It prompts users to enter updates when requested or based on a specified time frame. The Achieve It champions, Angela Ellis, Chief Administrative Officer, Angie Mathis, Director of Investigations, and myself keep the plan updated, review updates, follow up with staff as needed for additional information. Additionally, we attend education sessions to ensure that we are practicing best practices and procedures related to our strategic planning process. So there are two parts to my presentation today. So I'll start with an overview of the 2022 strategic plan, and then I'll shift to a different document that includes our planned 2023 targets. I will discuss how these targets were identified and ultimately reviewed and approved by Dr. Tillman. Well, best laid plans. Now I can't navigate my slides. It won't go anywhere. Hi, Travis. I did page up, I did arrows. Thank you. Yep, we're good. Thank you. So this first slide here highlights some of the strategic plan targets that were accomplished during 2022. The board approved 8 legal department and 1 nursing education program change protocol. These protocols promote consistency and offers to licensees and increase staff efficiencies. Again, we're talking about the Fayetteville State University same program collaboration. Crystal referred to that in her update as well. But staff collaborated with legislators and FSU staff in order to prepare them for submitting their application, their SANE application to the board. There was an expansion of our options for our mutual support groups for nurses in the alternative program and our discipline program for nurses who have a substance use disorder. Previously, the support groups were limited to Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, but to increase equity and diversity of these support group options, Allison Bailey and her staff developed specific guidelines to expand the type of mutual support groups and is continuously adding to that list of support groups to assist nurses in maintaining active recovery. Multiple staff members from multiple departments, I couldn't name all of them, worked on the IV hydration position statement that was approved by the board last year. Additionally, the Georgia Board of Nursing reached out to Dr. Tillman to request that they use that in Georgia as well. In an effort to assist with the understanding of APRN scope and practice, the APRN consultants, Dr. Melanie Mabry, developed a position statement that was approved by the board last year. And the last item there, due to the national nursing shortage and the projected shortages based on the North Carolina NurseCast, the North Carolina education trends have been valuable to add to the discussions about opportunities to increase nursing graduates in North Carolina. And these reports, the nursing education trend reports, are also available on the website. So our strategic initiative number 1, enhance public protection through collaborative leadership. Dr. Catherine Moore, Rob Patchett, and Angela Ellis continue to work on our regulatory policies to meet the objective of ensuring fair, efficient, and effective regulatory processes. And our second objective here, Dr. Catherine Moore, Dr. Crystal Tillman, and Dr. Melanie Mabry have worked with SAVE Act language and provided feedback regarding this proposed legislation. In this next objective, increase visibility and impact of the organization, we have 2 major components here. One is the website redesign and communications. The website design team, Angela Ellis, Brad Gibson, Travis Fish, and I have worked with a website designer who is actively working with our website developer to get this project up and running. And we're hoping that that will be coming to fruition very soon. And then the next section regarding communications, our communications teams is comprised of members throughout the organization. Angela Ellis, Catherine Soderberg, Paulette Hampton, Brad Gibson, LaTarsha Flowers, and Jess Castro and I. We develop, plan, and implement social media posts. In addition, the team decided it would be a great opportunity for us to issue a communication survey to determine what the nurses and public want to receive from us and how they want to receive that information. So we received over 2,400 responses to that survey. And so we're in the midst of reviewing that to determine what, if anything, will be changing regarding our communication initiatives. And then we have a video that will be coming out related to how to obtain a license in North Carolina that was previewed for the board members yesterday. Our second strategic initiative here, advanced best practices in nursing regulation. The first objective is to serve as a catalyst for delivery of innovations in education and practice. Dr. Jennifer Lewis, Dr. Terry Ward, and Dr. Anne Marie Milner, along with Meredith Harris, Rob Patchett, and Dr. Tillman, and myself have drafted, edited the proposed rules for your consideration today. And then the second objective, conduct, utilize, and disseminate research that expands evidence for regulation. Dr. Catherine Moore has been meeting with the Shep Center to discuss North Carolina Board of Nursing data and a proposal for an APRN study as well. The next objective, ensure current and evolving roles and responsibilities align with nursing regulation. Angie Mathis has been working with, the first item is the collaboration between multiple departments related to the IV hydration position statement that was approved in September of 2022. The next objective is identify and address issues in nursing regulation, regarding the opioid epidemic, substance use disorders, and mental health. And in this item, Angie Mathis has been working with DHHS in regards to some reporting requirements from that department in order for us to review and take any potential action. So our third strategic initiative, cultivate an organization that supports diversity, equity, and inclusion. Board staff have collaborated and engaged with multiple organizations on public health, access to care, nursing, and nursing regulation. And this is just a list of some of those items that we have collaborated on. The next objective, promote a diverse organizational environment that fosters creativity, innovation, and outstanding leadership. And with this target was to develop lunch and learn opportunities that was handled by Melissa McDonald, our Chief Human Resources Officer. These are some of the items that we met over this past year and received education, and Melissa will continue to foster that education over this coming year. And the next objective, foster opportunities that advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as Dr. Tillman referenced, we will be having an article coming out in the next bulletin. And then in the following bulletin, we'll have a follow-up article, a continuation of the first article into that next bulletin. Strategic Initiative 4, foster mobility of licensed nurses and facilitate access to safe nursing care. The first item, Joyce Winstead, Director of Practice, will be presenting a education and practice charge to you all today for consideration. And the second objective is ensure effective processing for licensing. Tony Graham, our Chief Operations Officer, monitors cycle times for the licensure department. And as you can see, the SBI is completing CBCs within a normal cycle time of 7 to 10 days from the times those prints are received. And exam and endorsement cycle times average 2 to 3 business days from the time the application is complete. And then most renewals are processed almost immediately unless the applicant indicates a yes on one of the questions. So we will be transitioning to another report, and that is, give me just 1 second to get that one up. There we go. This is in your packet as well. There we go. All right, so the second part of my report is the review of the targets plan for 2023. This is also in your packet, M8, starting on page 25. At the beginning of the 4-year strategic planning cycle, the decision was made to determine targets on an annual basis. This mainly due to the rapidly changing healthcare landscape and to remain agile in our targets identified. New targets may be identified throughout the year if there is a higher priority need. This encourages flexibility and engagement in the strategic plan. To keep staff engaged in the strategic plan, a strategic plan team was created. The goal of this team is to actively engage more staff throughout the organization in the development of targets. The engagement of staff in these two targets will assist in developing collaboration, buy-in, engagement, and interest in moving the organization forward and meeting our mission, vision, and values. The Achieve It champions are Angela, Angie, and myself, and we facilitated conversations with the team who included Dr. Catherine Moore, Joyce Winstead, Dr. Jennifer Lewis, Dr. Melanie Mabry, Hema Parmar, Allison Bailey, Daisha Williams, Meredith Paris, and Jenny Davis. Each department identified the strategic initiatives and objectives that are aligned with their department's work, discussed potential objectives with their teams, presented those targets to me for initial review, and then ultimately a review and approval by Dr. Tillman. As I provide the report for each of the departments, I will not read the strategic initiative and the objective, but will talk about each of the targets identified by the departments. So to start with, we have Allison Bailey and her team in the compliance department identified two targets: the review of the alternative program and the discipline program for nurses who have a substance use disorder, receiving medications or prescriptions for medication-assisted treatments, and to conduct a literature review to inform potential research studies related to these findings. Let's see if I can scroll down a little easier. The second set of targets is from the education department, and this is from Dr. Lewis and her team. And their plan is to create and disseminate a resource crosswalk tool for stakeholders that will align rules and related North Carolina Board of Nursing resources and have that completed by the end of this coming year. The next targets from the licensure department, and that's Daisha Williams and her team, is to perform positively compared to benchmarks for cycle time and licensure. And the other target is to ensure policies and procedures align with the Nurse Licensure Compact rules and regulations. From the investigations department, and that's Angie Mathis and her team, their plan is to review recidivism data for practice cases to identify any trends, and to review sample cases for accuracy and appropriateness of violations listed at the time of case resolution in collaboration with our legal team. And the strategic targets for the legal department, and that's Meredith Paris and her team, their plan is to conduct a preliminary analysis to determine what data is needed to begin evaluation of DORIS and the reports to improve accuracy and reporting, and to revise all legal templates and letters to reflect they, them, their pronoun as opposed to gender-specific he or she. This is a large one. I won't be able to fit it all up on the screen at one time. So this is the Legislative Quality and Research Department, and this is housed by Dr. Catherine Moore and team. Her targets for this year are to deploy LexisNexis, which is a legislative tracking tool, identify and report on topics of relevance during the 2023-2024 legislative session that may require Board of Nursing expertise to educate legislators. Develop, review, revise all regulatory policies and procedures to ensure alignment with laws and rules. Develop plan for a North Carolina Board of Nursing Data Center of Excellence. And then finally, collaborate with the SHEP Center to establish a formal proposal for an APRN workforce study. The next set of targets are from the practice department, and this is Joyce Winstead and team. And their plan is to establish and implement an annual continuing competency live webinar, establish and offer a standardized presentation for newly licensed nurses, and either do that virtually and or in person, and to review the Nursing Practice Act, Administrative Code, and Position Statement for the telehealth, telenursing for any needed revisions, and that's related to the charge that's being proposed today. Strategic targets for the governance, and that's Angela Ellison team. This is review composition and tenure for our board members. For the entire organization, we will be looking at providing education sessions for nursing students to increase our visibility and to encourage professional development, leadership preparedness, and succession planning, along with our DEI education sessions. The APRN department, that's Dr. Melanie Mabry and team, and that's provide recommendations for SAVE Act revisions for the 2023-2024 legislative session and ongoing education discussions on regulatory reform for APRNs. And that is the conclusion of my report. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Griffith, for that strategic plan update. Thank you. And we would now like to recognize Dr. Catherine Moore to provide a legislative update.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My verbal remarks for the legislative update this morning are agenda item M9, which is page 30 of your packets. And I am going to do an old-fashioned, just verbal, no slides this morning, which may be the only time this session, given that I think we're in for a busy legislative session and opportunity for a lot of discussion related to nursing. Dr. Tillman already gave an overview of the nurse legislators that will have the opportunity to work with this session. So I'm really going to just focus on a few of the pre-session discussions the Board of Nursing has had an opportunity to be involved in. Dr. Tillman and Dr. Griffith both mentioned the legislative report on increasing nursing graduates. That's a report that was called for in the budget that passed at the end of the 22 legislative session, which directed the UNC Board of Governors and the State Board of Community Colleges to provide guidance and a timeline on increasing nursing graduates by 50%. So the Board of Nursing had an opportunity to engage in some of the discussions that took place related to the surveys that were developed to gather the data that will be used in that report. The report is due to the legislature by February 5th, and so we're eagerly awaiting that report and the opportunities for the board to engage in further conversations related to those initiatives. Additionally, as we all know, the SAVE Act, which is the Full Practice Authority for Advanced Practice Registered Nurses, that legislation was an active topic last session. It made it through the Senate as part of House Bill 49 omnibus bill and did not receive the concurrence vote in the House last session. We do anticipate that bill coming forward again this session and will be actively discussed. Part of the COVID-19 legislation that was in place actually had some waivers in place for quality improvement plans and that associated documentation for nurse practitioners. That legislative waiver was in place from May 4th of 2020 through December 21st of 2022. And during that time, the Board of Nursing, still actively monitored nurse practitioners, and the legislature has reached out to us to see if we could provide some data related to our case count, complaint counts, and related to nurse practitioners to see if those waivers had an impact on quality and efficiency of care. So I'm looking forward to being able to have those discussions with legislators and provide the data from the Board of Nursing to help with those discussions as they relate to the SAVE Act and other areas. My final remarks, yesterday was the first active day of our legislative session where our legislators were back to work. Both the House and the Senate filed roughly 20 bills in each chamber. So that's our first batch of the roughly 2,000 bills we're going to see this session. So I'll be excited to provide additional updates to you during this legislative session. That concludes my remarks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Any questions? Thank you. I would now like to recognize our Finance Committee. Chair Tom Minowitz, and our board staff liaison, Gail Bellamy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a little bit of a delay there. I thought they were going to leave me hanging, try to get through all this by myself. I'm glad they made it. As you guys are probably aware, we are agenda item M10 in the packet. So first of all, I'd like to recognize the committee members, LaDonna Thomas, RN, Chester Farley, RN, Dr. Crystal Tillman, CEO ex officio, and Gail Bellamy, of course, our CFO and staff liaison. The committee reviewed the following financial statements at its December 14, 2022 meeting. We looked at the statement of net position, statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in net position. Our statement of net position summarizes a financial position as of September 30th, 2022. Our assets totaled over $25.8 million, and the liabilities totaled over $9.8 million. So the net position totaled approximately $16 million. And I think everybody would agree that we are financially sound. Although we did have some decrease this year due to our investments dropping, but overall we're in great financial situation. You guys have anything to add at that point so far? Okay. We also looked at the statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in net position, which details how the financial position changed during the first quarter of the fiscal year. The revenue, which is the operating revenue, totaled approximately $2.9 million, and the net non-operating revenue showed a loss of $728,990. Net revenue from all sources was $2.12 million. When we look at the expenditures totaled $2.77 million. So the resultant net position is $15.974 million, which was a decrease of $653,000 from June 30, 2022 due to investment performance. And I think anybody who has looked at your 401k or retirement over the last 2 years or so, it's not been a great time and happy time to look at it. So I think we're on par for what's been going on for most investments. So now I'd like to introduce Wes Thomas, who doesn't look like Wes is here. But I'd still introduce Wes and Jessica Christie, the Wells Fargo advisors, to present market analysis and investment performance report.
Well, thank you all for having us here today. And yes, Wes is not here today. His daughter is touring NC State, which is his alma mater. So he is off with her at the moment. So that is where Wes is. But one of the benefits of working with our team at Wells Fargo is you have a team. You have a team around the board. And so you have myself here when Wes isn't able to be here, and you have Amy Earl. So I'm going to introduce Amy to the board today. She's been in the finance committee a few times. So finance committee is familiar with her, but introduced her to the board a little bit. So Amy is the newest member of our team. She joined us in May of 2022, but we have worked with her for many years. Actually, she was a manager for us years ago, so we're very familiar with Amy. And she brings a lot of unique talents and perspective to our team, which we know the board's accounts will really benefit from. So I'm going to let Amy actually start us off today. She'll talk a little bit about the overall portfolio and performance, and then I'll get the fun topic of talking about the markets.
Exactly. Good morning, y'all. It's wonderful to meet those of you who I haven't met. And real quickly, I'm in a lot of gratitude for being able to do my tiny little part to service an organization that takes care of so many people, I mean, it's just, when I think about what y'all do, it's just amazing. So I'm glad to be a tiny, tiny part of it. Glad to be here with y'all today. To get to the not fun part of what we have to talk about, and we talk about it a lot, so I never want to gloss over it, and yet it's a real thing, as everybody was saying and as Tom was just saying. So I'll just go and overview the existing portfolio, talk about performance, to kind of let you know where things were. And again, what we're reviewing, just for the sake of congruity, is the same stuff we reviewed with the Finance Committee on December 14th. So the performance numbers are as of November 30th, just to be clear. So right now, the stock account currently makes up about 33% of the whole portfolio. So about 33% of what y'all have is in stocks. Just over 66% is in bonds, or what we call fixed income. So the portfolio overall is pretty conservative, which you would expect for an organization of this size. The performance, the stock account as of November 30th was down 8.77%. The bond account through November 30th was down 8.86%. So those two combined, if you look at all of your investments as a whole, that was down 8.83% as of November 30th. Now, to give that some context, the S&P 500, which is the usual thing you hear on the news, the usual marker of how stocks are doing, was down 13.1% in that same time period. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average happened to be down 2.9% in that same period. A more accurate comparison for what y'all are actually invested in is a blended index. So this would be 62% of the Russell 1000 value, so a broader index to look at. 19% of the Russell 2000, so again, another broader index, and then another 19% in what we call the EFA, that's an international index, to keep it simple. The Russell 1000 was down 23.3%. The Russell 2000 was down 14.9%. And the EFA, which is the international index, was down 14.1% at that time. So blended, the blended index that is more closely related to what your portfolio is actually invested in was down 19.96. So when we look at this overall, and another comparison to have is even just fixed income themselves, which I've heard Wes and Jessica say many times, there was no place to hide this year. And we don't mean to be tongue in cheek, but that's literal. Even the US aggregate, which measures bond performance, was down 12.6. So it was just a really, really challenging year to be invested. And as Tom said, y'all saw this on your statements. So it's a tough year to be invested. So overall, when we compare that blended index 19.96 to y'all only being down 8.83, the portfolio weathered well in a really challenging environment. And as Wes pointed out, he said, make sure to tell them why. And to make sure y'all know, there's a focus on high quality in everything that y'all are invested in. And I won't go into the details of all that because we kind of get geeked out about that stuff. But they're all high quality investments, whether it's the international investments or the fixed income and bond investments. There's a focus on high quality. So you can rest assured, and the numbers bear that out this year, that even though, as Tom's saying, things are down and no one likes that. That's not why you invest. And yet we know that there are ups and downs. And so this was a down year. And in a down year, the best we can offer is what you're experiencing, which is to be down much less than the markets as a whole. Are there any questions about that portion? I just threw a lot of numbers at y'all. Okay, well, I will turn it back over to Jessica then.
Yeah, so let's talk about going forward. Let's talk about 2023, and just to kind of cap, how the year ended of 2022. The S&P actually ended down a little bit more, down 18% at the end of 2022. And US aggregate bond index pretty similar, down about 13%. So it was just a tough year overall. If you look at, if you actually take out the oil stocks, energy stocks from the S&P 500, it was down closer to 30% for the year. So just a little perspective there. If we look at 2023 though, so looking forward, we think 2023 is going to be the tale of two halves, okay? First half of 2023 is probably going to look a lot like 2022, unfortunately. We're going to be in for some more volatility. We do think Wells Fargo Investment Institute thinks that in the first half of the year, we will see a recession. So we are in a bear market. The stock market is in a bear market. The recession looks at the economy, though. So we do think the economy is going to experience that recession in the first half of this year. The stock market and the economy move somewhat in sync, but the stock market is a little prior, a little advanced to the economy overall. Okay, so the stock market typically bottoms about 4 months before the recession bottoms. So we think that the stock market is going to come to its bottom. It may have already reached it or come to its bottom here pretty soon. We're starting to see signs that recession is in the economy is really close with an inverted yield curve. Long-term interest rates are starting to yield lower than short-term interest rates, which is not a good sign for the health of the overall economy. That's one of the indications of a recession. We do think that there's going to be a couple more interest rate increases from the Federal Reserve early this year. Expect that early in February, just next week, and then probably again in March, we'll see another interest rate increase. And we're starting to see company earnings, early this year, we'll start to see company earnings start to reflect actually that economic damage that's in the economy at the moment. So that's the first half of the year. Not a lot of great news for the first half, but the second half of the year we think is going to be the recovery stage, the start of the recovery. Okay, so first half a lot more of 2022. Second half we do think is going to be a recovery. So because the markets are forward looking, they will start looking past the recovery, into the recovery as the recession is actually hitting. Okay, so we think that that's coming in the second half of the year. We think there's a decent chance the Federal Reserve is actually going to have to cut interest rates the second half of the year. So there's historic precedent for that. We think that there's a decent chance that they would cut interest rates, and that would be, stopping raising interest rates would bring a bounce to the market. Cutting interest rates would be a big buoy to the market. So we do think that that's a possibility in late 2023 as well. Okay, so the good news about this year, we believe that a lot of the economic damage that we think is happening has already been accounted for by the markets. A lot of that has already been accounted for. We think we're probably about 3/4 of the way through the bear market in the stock market at the moment. So Wes likes to compare it to a baseball game. 7th or 8th inning of the baseball game is how he would say it. So we do think that there's some good news to come in the second half of the year. And really, I like to put these numbers, when we look historically at recessions, okay, the first 6 months after the bear market bottoms historically has returned 27%. 12 months after the bear market bottoms, the stock market has historically recovered 42%. So it's really key to be invested those early months after the bear market bottoms in that recovery. So it's hard to bear through it, but kind of bear through it here for another couple of months, and we think that'll be rewarded towards the second half of the year. So a lot to process there. What questions do you all have? Yeah.
So historically, when we talk about recession, we talk 12 to 14 months.
Potentially, yeah.
So what I'm hearing you say is that we think we're into that 12 to 14 month timeframe, even though we're not officially calling it a recession. Because if we're going to bounce back in the second half of the year, that means that's not in alignment with the 14-month kind of recession timeframe. So we're thinking we're already in there.
Yeah, so we think that the term recession is actually a backwards looking term. So when you talk about a recession, you're looking at the prior 2 quarters of economic. When we look at a bear market and the markets, those are forward looking. The term recession is backwards looking. So it doesn't exactly line up. But yes, we think we're already sort of in the recession without being able to officially say we're in the recession. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's such a backwards looking term. We're 6 months into a recession when we can say we're in a recession.
And then from the board's perspective, we really don't need to change anything. As you said, you want to stay where you are to reap the benefit of when we bounce back.
Absolutely, of the bounce back. Absolutely. Mhm. Yeah. 12 months, 6 months is the, yeah, the 27%. Yep. Any other questions? Okay, well, I will just, sort of end here with saying thank you for the trust that the board places in us. We really value the relationship with the board, enjoy working with the board. And we're looking forward to some better investment results coming forward.
Thank you, Amy and Jessica. I think it's interesting that, Wes wasn't here for the bad news. And so I commend you two for being here, letting us throw darts and look at you like, what are you saying? We lost all this money. So thank you for that. And we'll give Wes a hard time next time I talk to him. All right. So now I'd like to introduce Sandy Newell, CPA with assurance partner at Bernard Robinson and Company to present the auditor's report.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you all for having us. Our firm too is really glad to be of service to the board, and we appreciate everything you do for our community. I am going to go over the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. And I think you all, if we can start on page 42 of your packet. I'm going to kind of briefly walk you through the financial statements, but first I want to let you know that the audit went very well. I'd like to thank both Hema and Gail for all their assistance in making the audit go so well. They had all the information ready for us that we needed. They were very responsive to our questions and inquiries and additional requests for information. So great job on their part, made our job easier. There was, so that you are just aware, there was one new governmental accounting standard that was needed to be applied to the board's financial statements, and it deals with leases. And I'll kind of point the changes on that when we look at the statement of financial position. There is another new standard that's going to be coming up for this next year, which deals with IT subscriptions and how they are accounted for. And Hema has already actually reached out and is pulling all of that information together and looking at the effect on the financial statements, she and Gail. And so, as usual, they are being very proactive in making sure that they are up on all the accounting standards and that the financial statements are fairly stated. So that said, you see in front of you, the first part of the financial statements is the management's discussion and analysis. This is required for occupational licensing boards. And you can see that it, I'm gonna, bear with me here, kind of walk you through. It shows, can you do that for me? The financial highlights, as well as some basic information about what the financial statements are, what each statement kind of presents to you, the information that it offers. And then also on the next page, there is 3 years of condensed financial information, which is very helpful both for the balance sheet and the profit and loss. I do want to point out, you'll see on 2021, you see how that says restated there. That is because the new standard for leases required that we go back to the beginning of 2021 and act as if that standard was in effect then. And so we had to restate those balances. The standard requires that. So it wasn't due to an error or anything, just the fact that that standard was adopted. And then the last page, it shows some information regarding factors impacting future periods. And so this is where management can let the reader of the financial statements know some things that are that they might want to know that are affecting the board in the future. Then the actual first statement that we're going to look at, and just so you know, we also did meet with the Finance Committee in December, and we went through the financial statements in a lot more detail, answered questions, had some conversation. So I'm just going to hit some highlights And if you have questions, please feel free to ask. So this is the statement of financial position, or what we call a balance sheet also. And you'll see that the current assets are this is at June 30, 2022. We're about 26.4 million. Go down just a little bit. Liabilities were about 9.8. And then you see at the bottom that net possession. That is your equity of the board. And so as board members, I like to point this out because this is where, if you're on a board, you kind of want to be focused at looking at this. So this is showing that you have $16.6 million of equity. 6.1 million of that is in your fixed assets, this building and all the equipment and things in it. And then $10.5 million of that is your unrestricted equity. Now, the board does go through every year and make some designations, as you know, about that equity, like for long-term projects, things like IT and a litigation fund, those kind of things. But the annual expenses for the board for the year ended June 30, 2022, and we'll see that on the next page, were about 9.9 million. Actually, cash expenses probably about 9.7 because there's some depreciation and things like that that aren't cash. So that means that your equity position is you have more than a year of expenses in your equity. So that is a very strong equity position. The next statement is the statement of revenue, expenses, and changes in net position. And this shows your operating revenues. You see your operating revenues were up about $537,000 in total, primarily in your license renewals, endorsements, and APRN revenue. On the other hand, the operating expenses only were up about $73,000. I'm always kind of surprised at what a great job the board does in keeping their expenses, very much, there's very little increase from year to year. They're very proactive in their budgeting and making sure and monitoring that. So overall, operating net income of 1.2 million, almost 1.3 million. And then we get to the part that Wes didn't want to talk about, which is we look at the non-operating revenue. So this is the net investment income. And you see a big switch there from having income in the prior year of 1.6 million to a loss of 1.7 million. But that includes those, it's primarily all those unrealized gains and losses. So this is looking at the market on June 30th of 2022 and looking at that past year, the investment income. And so because the market, it was such a tough year, that is why you see that loss there. So we end up with a net change of about a loss of $472,000. So hopefully next year, with what we just heard, that net investment income number will recover a lot and go the other way. But in looking at just your total operations, that's where you're looking above at that 1.2 million. So a very strong operating year. The next statement is the statement of cash flows, and it just kind of shows you where your cash came from with regards to operations, capital and financing activities, and then also your investing activities. And then the last section of the financial statements are the notes to the financial statements. And I'm not going to nerd out and go through them all. Most of them are required disclosures. There's some new disclosures in there that talk about the new standard with leases. I did want to show you that. Can you go, I have a backup to the balance sheet. So what we did with leases, what the new standard required was that if you have, and for the board, this was for all of their copiers, they have operating leases. We now are showing those as an asset. Can you go up just a little bit more? So you see that capital asset, a right to use. So we basically take the payments on that would be required on that copier over the lease period, present value it, and it has become an asset. And then down below, it has a liability. And so very little net effect, but we still have to adopt the standard. So, and it's going to be very similar for the IT subscriptions. It's kind of you have the right to use that when you pay for that subscription. So it's going to be an asset with the payments or the liabilities over the next several years. So the notes to the financial statements, like I said, are required disclosures. There is a note about the restatement, a note about the designated net assets, but nothing out of the ordinary. Any questions about the audit itself or the financial statements? Okay, thank you all so much. We really appreciate the relationship and working with such a proactive board.
Thank you, Sandy. I know for me, as much as I love numbers, digging into them at the depth at which you do is a special talent. And I love numbers, but it would drive me crazy to do it.
Yeah, we hear that a
thank you.
lot.
So thank you.
Thank you all.
So the board, I make a recommendation that the board accept the auditor's report as presented.
Thank you, Tom. Board members, you've heard the recommendation that we accept the auditor's report as presented. Is there any further discussion? This is a committee recommendation, so we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? Thank you. The motion carries. I will now recognize Gail Bellamy to provide our per diem and reimbursement report, item M12.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The policy that we're requesting your approval is a policy related to meals as part of your reimbursement for your travel expenses. For the benefit of new members, fiscal policies are one of the few, I think maybe a couple of three policies that have to be approved by the board. And this aligns with your fiduciary responsibility. So you approve fiscal policies to set certain controls in place. If you remember from an education session a few months back, ultimately, board members have that fiduciary responsibility. The law recognizes the CEO, Crystal, as treasurer to oversee the fiscal, and then of course Crystal hires us to handle the day-to-day and make sure that these controls are being followed so that our funds are public funds, so that we want to make sure we do our due diligence to make sure they're spent appropriately and that they support the mission of the board. So the policy that you have, the only change here is related to meals. And if you look at specifically meals that would not require the detailed receipt. As you know, when you're traveling, travel expenses are sometimes can veer into some gray areas. So, but we recognize that sometimes when you're out for breakfast, you don't want to keep with the small receipts. So this policy gives some guidelines on the amounts of meals that can be requested without the detailed receipt. And you'll see those numbers. They are different for in-state as well as for out-of-state. And how we came to this, we looked at the GSA standards for meals and entertainment for government employees. And there are, as you know, you're traveling certain high cost areas. So we tried to look at a hybrid kind of a combined, lot of travel to Chicago, and we know that's a very high cost area. So we looked at those allowances for breakfast, lunch, and dinner that can be applied without a receipt. Of course, with a receipt, your exact cost of meal, including tip, can be claimed up to. We also have a standard for maximum allowable for a meal. And we also look at the GSA, which changes that generally annually, that we're being responsible when we're claiming meals for reimbursement. So the request here is that the board approve these new allowances for designation or claiming expense for meals without the benefit of the detailed receipt. Any questions on that or the reimbursement policy in general? I'll be happy to answer.
No questions? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, the committee recommends the board approve the proposed revision to fiscal policy F06 per diem and reimbursement as presented.
Thank you, Finance Committee. Board members, you have heard the committee's recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Okay, this is a committee recommendation, so we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? Okay, thank you. Motion carries. We will now move on to board governance. Agenda item M13. I would like to recognize actually myself as chair of this committee and board staff liaison, Angela Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Catherine knows that I can sometimes get a dry throat and start coughing, so. Thank you. First, I'd like to recognize the remainder of the committee. Of course, Dr. Raquel Ingram was the chair, Arlene Imes, Diane Layden, and Frank DeMarco. Our charge in 2022 was to conduct a thorough review of governance to include policies, procedures, and tools, and how the board conducts its business. So the staff did a lot of work, took a lot of recommendations to Dr. Tillman and then on to governance. And this is the final set of recommendations that we will bring to you, thus concluding our charge for 2022. I'd like to recognize the governance review team who worked extremely hard over the last year collecting the information to bring the recommendations before the board. That's Dr. Sarah Griffith, Meredith Paris, Rob Patchett, Chandra Graves, and Catherine Soderberg. So the first FYI report is on page 771 in your electronic packet, the board chair assessment. In 2020, we actually started assessing all of the surveys that the board members receive, one of which is the board chair assessment, which is distributed after each board meeting. It gives the chair an opportunity to receive feedback from the members. We did a survey of chairs from 2020 until current last year and determined that the tool was not needed at this time. The board communicates well and the chair gets the feedback that they would like to receive from their peers. So we recommended to the governance committee to discontinue the use of the board chair assessment tool. The governance committee approved discontinuing that, and this is coming before you today as an information item, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Okay, just lost my place. Mine is not PowerPoint related, mine is Surface related. Okay. The next item on the agenda is on page 75 of your electronic packet. This is an action item and it is related to the election of nurse members. Maybe I better do it this way. So the election of nurse members is conducted annually in staggered terms of open seats for 11 of the 14 board members. Each elected candidate must complete a candidate packet. So we did a thorough review of the nomination process as well as the candidate packet and included a legal review of the content. So the legal review that was provided to us confirms that the board has the authority
for the use of signature page with attestation checkbox instead of multiple signatures, and request detailed information for employment absences greater than 3 months. The Governance Committee received this recommendation and voted to approve staff's recommendation regarding the election process, and present to the full board for final review today. I would like to highlight in your packet just some of the changes that were recommended. You have the legal opinion on page 76. And this language is reflected in the candidate packet on page 80 and 81. So instead of multiple signatures throughout the candidate packet, there'll be one attestation. Additional changes to the packet include removing duplicity of signatures, of course, the addition of the attestation, and clarification of information to provide. And in our electronic age, our goal for this upcoming fiscal year is to create an electronic process within Gateway to allow candidates to go into their portal, submit their nomination forms, their candidate packets, enter their information, and this will allow staff and the candidate to better communicate during the process. So we're looking forward to getting an electronic without having all the hard copy paper. Madam Chair, the Governance Committee recommends the board approve proposed recommendations regarding the election process as presented.
Thank you, Angela. Board members, you have heard the recommendation from the committee. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, this is a committee recommendation and we do not need a second. So I will now call for the vote. Please vote in favor by show of hands. Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Angela?
Okay. Scroll down to the next one. The next item up for consideration is information, and this is related to the end-of-year recognition for board members. This is on page 88 of your electronic packet. As you all know, plaques are presented to board members at the end of their term and at the end of the year in which they served as chair and vice chair. In accordance with the Board of Nursing Strategic Initiative number 3, cultivate an organization that supports diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the board's internal DEI initiatives. Staff reviewed the verbiage on the current plaques, which you'll have an attachment of that verbiage, and recommend the text be edited to remove the pronoun his, her, and replace with your. Governance voted to approve as presented and to report to the full board as an FYI. So this does not require action, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, board members? Thank you. Angela?
All right. Next up is the oath of office. This is also an FYI item. The staff requested a legal review regarding the oath of office. And according to that opinion, we got a recommendation regarding who may administer the oath of office. You'll see in your report under A3, a notary public can issue the oath of office. And yesterday, Rob Patchett, as staff attorney and notary public, swore in Karen York. So this is an information item for you. We are just changing how we do that oath of office to be in compliance. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none?
Okay. The next item of business is the scripts that are used for board and committee meetings. This is an FYI item. Staff reviewed all the in-house scripts that we currently utilize with board and committee chairs, and it was determined that the scripts need to be consistent for all meetings so that members follow the same template format for each meeting. In addition to the organization-wide script template, staff will orient board committee board and committee chairs on the use of the scripts and will provide scripts to the chair no later than 3 days prior to a meeting. Once the chair receives it, the chair will have the option to meet with the committee liaison to further discuss the script in preparation. The governance committee voted to approve this as presented, and we are sending this before you today as an FYI item. And you have the lengthy script attached for your review, so if you will be chairing a committee this year, you will see this format. And of course, as always, we welcome your feedback and how we might make that an easier process. Questions? Okay. I believe this is the last one. This is an action item, and this is related to governance policies. This is page 108 of your electronic packet. In August of 2022, the staff presented the idea of a condensed kind of a resource manual for the board members. We noted that a lot of our processes and procedures are already outlined in law and rules. You'll see those listed here for you on the issue statement. In an effort to not recreate the wheel, we decided that these were all in law and rules and we no longer needed a policy that stated the same thing. It was determined the majority of the content, of course, was in laws and rules, and a large part of the remaining content of the policies that you had was internal processes conducted by staff. So those will become part of a regulatory manual and becomes the responsibility of staff. We learned policies are a set of guidelines for an organization to follow or achieve compliance. These are non-binding documents and don't carry the weight of laws and rules. Policies set the expectations of an agency in light of the agency's mission, vision, and values. So you'll see on your report a chart of all the policies that were in place. We are amending policy B03, removal of board members. The amendments for that are on page 122. In addition, we are going to maintain and amend policy B05, Chief Executive Officer Performance Evaluation. You will see those amendments on page 116. And lastly, we will maintain and amend policy B08, Selection of Chief Executive Officer. Those amendments are on page 114. So the committee approved staff's recommendation and directed staff to proceed with the development of the new board member resource. We developed the board member code of conduct, job description, and governing policies, which includes all the resources for board members to conduct board business. And you'll see this attached. The governance committee voted to approve this document and present to the full board for final approval today. Just want to point out that this includes all references to law and rules, the 3 policies that I discussed and denoted in the chart, the code of conduct job description, and the meetings profile that was approved earlier last year. So this will serve as kind of a one document, how the board conducts its business. So Madam Chair, the Governance Committee recommends the board approve the board member code of conduct job description and governing policies as presented.
Thank you, Angela. The committee recommendation, again, is that the board approve the board member code of conduct, job description, and governing policies as presented. Board members, any further discussion? Yes, Dr. Steele.
Thank you so much. I just have one question. So on page 121, it says meeting profiles. All committee members are expected to adhere to the following, and then you go down and the third bullet says notify staff in advance should they be unable to attend the meeting or have a conflict related to any matter on the agenda. But if you go to the actual policy, Authority GS 9171.21F, the first bullet under policy, after the statement says failure to attend scheduled board or committee meetings to which appointment was accepted would essentially amount to being inconsistent with the board member's responsibility for attendance and would be grounds for removal. So I'd just like some clarity around the conflict of those two statements, meaning if you inform or are able to notify in advance that you can't attend the meeting, but you're expected to attend all of the meetings whereby the 75% attendance rule was removed, then how do those two work together?
So how we do the 75% of attendance is, if a board member misses 75%, those board members, that is alerted to Dr. Tillman, and then she will discuss with the chair. And usually the board members will sit down and talk to determine if there is any type of change that needs to be made. Maybe they need to move to a separate committee due to work issues or whatever. We like to work with the board members and knowing that things do come up throughout the year and you're unable to attend. So if we're able to find someone, we may call upon you at a later time to fill in for someone else. So we are consistently watching that attendance and not letting it get to the 75%. So we're working with the board members on that. That does seem to be a bit of a contradiction, and I'm gonna look at Meredith to see if I covered that well. Please join me.
Thank you. Yes, good question. Angela covered how board staff works with the board members to make sure that's met and how the administration or administrative department balances it out as much as possible because we recognize that you guys have full-time jobs and things that pop up at sometimes the last minute. So with respect to the actual attendance policy, that's just one factor. It has to go through all of those steps. So it's not automatic or anything of that sort. It's just one factor that could be considered. But obviously, as Ms. Ellis mentioned, there's a lot of other things that happen long before it gets to that process. Oh, nope, it's still there.
Okay. Ms. Davis.
Any further discussion? All right, this is a committee recommendation, so we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. Motion carries. We will now take a break, and we will reconvene at 10:45. Thank you. The board meeting is now back in session. We are now moving on to our education. Item M14, Education and Practice Committee Summary of Activities. I would like to, again, recognize myself as chair of this committee. I would also like to recognize other committee members, Andrea Jepson, Dr. Laura Bartlett, Dr. Amy Steele, and Frank DeMarco. I would like to thank Arlene Imes, who attended the meeting on November 3rd, 2022. And I would like to recognize Dr. Terry Ward, who is stepping in for Dr. Jennifer Lewis. Dr. Ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The agenda calls for M14, Education and Practice Committee Summary of Activities. Would you like me to provide that, or would you like to provide that as the chair of committee?
Thank you, Dr. Ward. I would like for you to provide that information. Thank you.
Okay. The Education and Practice Committee in January of 2001 was charged to review best practices for nursing education, program regulation, the related law and rules, and recommended any needed revisions to the North Carolina Board of Nursing Education. The committee met on March 17, 2021, August 10, 2021, and November 3, 2021, and March 8, 2022, November 3rd, 2022, to engage in work needed to meet this charge. The purpose of this summary is to highlight the activities undertaken during the November 3rd, 2022 meeting and to provide final recommendations resulting from the conclusion of this charge. The Education and Practice Committee wants to assure that the North Carolina Board of Nursing rules regulating pre-licensure nursing education programs are current, consistent, and conducive to preparation of nurses who can provide safe, effective nursing care. During the November 3rd, 2022 meeting, the committee reviewed draft language with proposed revisions to the education rules 21 NCAC 36-300 approval of nursing programs. Dr. Jennifer Lewis, Director of Education, reviewed the salient revisions and addressed all questions asked by committee members prior to the committee voting to approve each of the rules with proposed edits. Secondly, I, Dr. Terry Ward, presented proposed revisions to two education position statements, the first titled Distance Education and the second titled Use of External Examinations in Nursing Education Programs. Finally, the Education and Practice Committee was provided contextual information for consideration regarding the approval of a new charge presented by Joyce Winstead, Director of Practice Department. The committee has worked a robust plan to meet the established charge, which has culminated in two distinct recommendations, which will be further explained and addressed by members of board staff in subsequent agenda items. So that is a summary from the Education and Practice Committee. Madam Chair, will I move forward?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ward.
In response to the charge that the Education and Practice Committee review and recommend amendments to the North Carolina Board of Nursing Education rules in 21 NCAC 36-300, approval of programs, the Education and Practice Committee is recommending amendments to the education rules and related definitions. The Education and Practice Committee has a goal to assure that the North Carolina Board Administrative Code or rules regulating pre-licensure nursing education programs are current, consistent, and conducive to the preparation of nurses able to provide safe, effective care now and in the future. To accomplish this, the following were reviewed: current literature, resources from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, rules and practices of other nursing regulatory bodies, and testimony from North Carolina education, regulatory, and practice stakeholders. Based on the evidence and best practices studied, the Education and Practice Committee drafted amendments to the rules. You have as an agenda, M15, in your agenda packet, M15, Attachment A on page number 124. I will be presenting the proposed amendments and recommendations one at a time, Madam Chair. The first proposed amendment is to Rule 120 definitions. The proposed amendment is to revise or add new definitions to number 10, clinical judgment, number 15, controlling institution, number 25, full approval, number 40, participating in, number 52, traditional clinical experience, and number 53, warning status. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 120.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. The committee's recommendation again is that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36 0120. Definitions and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation, so we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 220, refresher course. The proposed amendment is to I, registered nurse director shall have authority, and S, completion of courses within 24 months. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 220.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0220, refresher course, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation, so we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 223, out-of-state students. The proposed amendment is to A, the CNO or designee can make a request to the board. 3, curriculum vitae is required of faculty. And 4, a resume required for preceptors. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 233.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0233, out-of-state students and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation and does not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 302, establishment of a nursing program initial approval. The proposed amendment is A, initial approval of one nursing program and one program entry option, and B, 12 months prior to the program start date for submission of the application. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 302.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0302, establishment of a nursing program, initial approval, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? This is a committee recommendation, so we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? Motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 303, existing nursing program. The proposed amendment is to A, national nursing accreditation be required by programs by 1/1/2030. D, warning status may be rescinded with 2 years of noncompliance with rule. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 303.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0303, existing nursing program, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Dr. Ward, I do have a question. We had a public comment. Is this the rule that was associated with the public comment? And if so, can you please address the concern?
This was not the rule related to that. They're kindly loosely tied together. It is the rule program closure, and I can respond to that when we get to that rule.
Thank you for that clarity, Dr. Ward. Any other? Yes.
Just out of curiosity, what was the rationale behind choosing January?
After review of the literature and looking at the trends, this was determined to be an appropriate time frame for which programs would have the opportunity to prepare themselves for the preparation as well as financial implications of it.
Seeing no further discussion, this is a committee recommendation and we do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? Motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next amendment, proposed amendment is to existing Rule 309, process for program closure. The proposed amendment is to add clarification of rule which added language for time frame and language for reestablishment or new establishment of programs. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 309.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0309, process for closure of a program and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Dr. Ward, if you could, please respond to the public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will. The North Carolina Board of Nursing and the education staff investigated grounds for program closure. We've determined that due diligence and due process would be provided to each program in their application or in the process for being considered for program closure. Based on rule changes, no program will be slated for program closure until January of 2027. It would be at which time the program will receive notification.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation and does not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? Motion carries. Dr. Ward?
Okay. Moving right along, the next proposed amendment is to Rule 317, Administration. The proposed amendment is for hold a graduate degree in nursing from an accredited institution for the leader F, prior teaching experience can be evaluated by administration. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 317.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0317, administration, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation. We do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. Motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next amendment to rule is to Rule 318, faculty. The proposed amendment is to number 4, full-time faculty. To number F, prior teaching experience can be evaluated by the program director. To number H, 35% or more of the nursing faculty shall be full-time faculty. And number I, controlling institution to provide workshops and presentations for faculty. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 318.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0318, faculty, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation. We do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 320 students. The proposed amendment is to 2 and 3. Emotional health is changed to mental health. E, NCLEX examination pass rate that meets or exceeds 90% of the national pass rate on the first time writing. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve amendments to Rule 320.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0320, students, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation. We do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 321 curriculum. The proposed amendment is didactic content and clinical experience. 1, quality and safety principles and practice. C, coordinating and managing continuous client care. 5, add the additional language of patient teaching consistent with the level of licensure. 7, to include topics as legal and ethical issues. C, clinical experience. F, supervised by clinical faculty on site. H, remediation strategies. I, request for approval of changes. And N, written policies and procedures. P, simulation experiences and external standardized examinations. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve amendments to Rule 321.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0321 curriculum and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation. We do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed change, proposed amendment to rule is 322. Rule 322, the proposed amendment is to add learning resources. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 322.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0322 facilities and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation. We do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? The motion carries. Dr. Ward?
The next proposed amendment is to Rule 323, Records and Reports. The proposed amendment is 1, annual report to include information on simulation use. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the amendments to Rule 323.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. You have heard the committee's recommendation that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0323 records and reports and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a committee recommendation. We do not need a second. I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Ward.
Madam Chair, in response to your question regarding open comment period this morning, I would like to provide a full response for you and members of the board.
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
The proposed NCLEX pass rate changes will not come until January 2024. The first review of NCLEX pass rates at the new standard will occur January 2024 through December 2024. NCLEX data will be shared with the board in January of 2025 for action, with the proposed action at that time being warning status from January 2025 through December 2025 for noncompliance. The new standard is 90% of the national NCLEX pass rate. This is a change from previous 95%. The change took into consideration the potential influences of COVID-19 and the addition of NGN clinical judgment model to NCLEX. Based on our implementation of rule changes, again, notice of closure will not occur for any program affected until January of 2027. In response to a request for consideration regarding first-time NCLEX pass rates for programs, information related specifically to second-time test takers as distinguished from repeat test takers is not readily available from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing and can only be obtained by the follow-up of each candidate and a manual calculation of the pass rates. The accuracy of such information would be questionable. The exploration of this was conducted by the Education Department staff. Hence the recommendation presented for not using second-time pass rates to report data.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Any questions, board members? Thank you so much. I would now like to recognize Dr. Anne Marie Milner.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I'm gonna, position statement, external standardized examinations, N16 in your packet. As part of its stated charge to perform a comprehensive review of the education rules and recommended needed revisions, the Education and Practice Committee recommends clarifying the position statement titled Use of Standardized External Examinations. External examinations have been utilized in pre-licensure nursing education programs as a sole predictor of success on NCLEX, rather than as a learning tool to identify deficiencies. As such, programs have implemented their use as a requirement for completing or passing nursing courses and/or meeting graduation requirements. External standardized examination means a commercially available standardized predictive test that provides individual student scores that are linked to the probability of passing the NCLEX examination. The board does not permit this practice. A review of the literature and peer member practices lead to the following guidance for use of external examinations in nursing programs.
Nursing program as best practice published policies, procedures, and guidelines, which is points awarded, weight to be calculated and final grade, placement of standardized exam in the curriculum. Regarding the use of external standardized examinations in the nursing education program, preparing students for initial licensure. If the score on an external standardized examination prevents a student from graduation, it is a high stakes test. Performance on the external standardized examination should not prevent students from progressing or graduating in a nursing education program, preparing them for initial licensure. External standardized examinations may not be used as a single criterion to determine a student's progression or graduation in the nursing education program, preparing students for initial nurse licensure. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve revisions to the position statement as external examinations to guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milner. Board members, you have heard the recommendation that the board approve revisions to the position statement, use of standardized external examinations to a guidance statement with revisions as noted in your packet, attachment A. Do I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? Thank you. The motion has been made by Frank DeMarco. Do I have a second? Seconded by Diane Layden. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I'm going to speak about distance education. As part of its stated charge to perform a comprehensive review of the education rules and recommended needed revisions, the Education and Practice sought clarification on the need for position statement titled Distant Education. Use of distance education in NC pre-licensure nursing education programs has proliferated, particularly given the immediate need to pivot during the COVID-19 pandemic. The position statement, as written, addresses use of distance education where instruction is delivered to students in North Carolina from outside North Carolina's borders or vice versa. In the former instance, the home state where the pre-licensure program has legal domicile will have jurisdiction over the program. When distance education is conducted by a pre-licensure program in North Carolina, the program is subject to all applicable regulations as outlined in the Nursing Practice Act and the North Carolina Administrative Code. Hence, the position statement. NCBON adopted the model for distance education and pre-licensure nursing programs by NCSBN. Due to its alignment with NCBON out-of-state students rule 360233. There have not been any updates to the NCSBN distance education model position statement since 20. Additionally, there are worldwide focus on distance education models in higher education. Sources of guidance and position statements governing distance education will come from the broader education community. Madam Chair, the Education and Practice Committee recommends that the board approve the deletion of the position statement.
Thank you, Dr. Milner. You've heard the committee's recommendation or the staff's recommendation that the board approve the deletion of the position statement, distance education. Do I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? Okay, the motion has been made by Dr. Amy Steele. Do I have a second? LaDonna Thomas. Any further discussion?
Just one question. Would there be reference to the NCS in terms of the position? Somebody's looking for that information.
That would be my understanding. Wouldn't it be? They would have to.
Yes, currently, there is a link to all of the National Council State Board of Nursing references and resources on our website.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Milner. We will now move to agenda item M17. Dr. Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cabarrus College applied to establish a Bachelor's of Science nursing program, and their application submitted by Dr. Kim Clemens, the nursing program chair. The application was received in the Board of Nursing office in May of '22 and included information to support the establishment of a traditional Bachelor's of Science in Nursing program and an accelerated Bachelor's of Science in Nursing entry option. The proposed traditional program will be an 8-semester program. The traditional program will require 120 credits, 60 nursing credits, and 60 non-nursing credits. The ABSN program will be a 4-semester program and require 60 nursing credits. The proposed date for admission of the first traditional program is scheduled to occur in August of '23, and the proposed start date for the accelerated program is scheduled to occur in August of '23. Graduation of the first traditional student is scheduled to occur in May of '27, and the first graduating class of the ABSN students is scheduled to occur in May of '25. The proposed program will be physically located at Cabarrus College in Concord, North Carolina. The application demonstrates evidence of the proposed student population, projected student enrollment, evidence of learning resources to implement and maintain the program, and financial resources adequate to begin and maintain the program. The current physical facilities are adequate to support the program needs for both students and faculty. Cabarrus has the authority to grant degrees through SACS, SCOC. The Board of Trustees authorizes the authority for implementation of the program. Dr. Kim Clemens, the nursing program chair, is qualified to fulfill the role. The application includes a proposed total curriculum with program philosophy, mission statements, objectives for the courses, and course descriptions and syllabi. A budget was submitted and reflects Cabarrus College's commitment to adequate funding to establish and maintain this program, and support services for admission, financial, library, and secretarial aspects of the program are available. Clinical agencies with approval of utilization have been proposed and accepted, and written indications from the nurse executive or designees from the agencies that the clinical resources will be available for utilization by the proposed program, where the application, which was included in the application and received by the board. An initial survey was conducted August the 31st, 2022. Current facilities and plan for enrollment capacity are sufficient, and there were no recommendations as a result of the survey. Madam Chair, the recommended action is that Cabarrus College be granted initial approval for a traditional Bachelor's of Science in Nursing program and accelerated Bachelor's of Science in Nursing entry option with approval for a maximum total enrollment of 167 students to begin in the fall of 2023.
And Dr. Ward, can you invite Dr. Clemens to the table with you for any questions that board members may have about the program?
Welcome, Dr. Clemens.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
So, okay, you have heard the recommendation from staff that the board grant Cabarrus College initial approval for a traditional Bachelor of Science in Nursing program and accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing entry option with approval for a maximum total enrollment of 167 students to begin in fall 2003 August. Any further discussion? Dr. Steele?
This is a proud moment, not necessarily a matter of open discussion, but I do want to just ask if there is any connection or collaboration, which I'm sure there is, with the Cabarrus County School System and the new program they've established at the early college, which works directly to ensure or educate young people who are still in high school on nursing and advanced nursing practices.
Yes, we are working with that school and looking at a program where they will go through their high school and then continue on with us for another, if they go 13 years, they'll continue on for another 2 years and have a baccalaureate in nursing.
Any additional questions for Dr. Clemens or the staff? Okay, seeing none, you have heard the staff's recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation? Dr. Amy Steele has made the motion to approve. Do I have a second? Tom Minowitz has seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, yes.
And I'd just like to congratulate my former colleague, Dr. Clemens. That was my old stomping grounds. And I left there to take a job in 2010 at the Board of Nursing and moved to Raleigh. And so you've done a fantastic job as chair. And it's a small world in nursing because at the time, the dean, Dr. Paget, who was my boss, has a son, the attorney, who is now working for us at the Board of Nursing, Rob Paget. So, small world.
And so with all of that being said, hopefully you'll stick around because that sounds like a picture to me. So, with our new logo.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Education and Practice Committee. Thank you. And speaking of practice, I will now like to recognize Joyce Winstead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the Education and Practice Committee charge for 2023 is in section M18. The Board of Nursing's current position statement entitled Telehealth Telenursing indicates that it is within the scope of practice, the legal scope of practice for the registered nurses, LPNs, and APRNs to provide telehealth or telenursing services. Telehealth or telenursing services is the practice of providing healthcare and nursing services within a legally designated scope of practice by the use of electronic communications, information technology, or other modalities between the nurse and a client that is in a location different from the nurse's location. The Nurse Licensure Compact member states, including North Carolina, have determined that nursing practice occurs at the location of the client at the time the services are being delivered. Nurses practicing by telehealth modalities are required to be licensed or to hold the privilege to practice in the state or states where the client is located. Prior to COVID-19, RNs, LPNs, and APRNs were increasingly using telehealth modalities to provide client services. And then the COVID-19 pandemic came, and that has led to a dramatic increase in expansion of telehealth services, and that was to provide greater client access to healthcare and to nursing care. The Education and Practice Committee last reviewed the telehealth telenursing position statement and the related administrative rules in 2018. So it's been 5 years since we last reviewed the position statement and the laws and rules. The board staff have identified the need to review the position statement and the related rules and laws to assure the provision of sufficient guidance for for nurses practicing with this modality. So the Education and Practice Committee recommendation is that the board charge the Education and Practice Committee to review the position statement concerning telehealth, telenursing, and related laws and rules, and recommend needed revisions to the board.
Thank you, Joyce. Any questions for Joyce? Okay. Seeing none, you've heard the recommendation from the staff that the board charge the Education and Practice Committee to review the position statement concerning telehealth, telenursing, and related law and rules, and recommend needed revisions to the board. Can I get a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? So moved by Diane Lading. Is there a second? Okay, I saw Laura Bartlett first, seconded the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries. Thank you, Joyce. I would now like to recognize Angela Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm coming before you again with yet more rules. You will refer to the report on your My Board space. This is separate. It's entitled M19 2021. Just want to make sure everybody's there. Starting on page 1 of the electronic packet, we are going to be discussing 21 NCAC 36.0221, license required. So several session laws were introduced and approved by the General Assembly related to pharmacists administering vaccinations and long-acting injectables, as well as a statement of ethics. Based on this, the pharmacy and med boards went through the rulemaking process to fulfill the legislative requirements. Board of Nursing Rule 21 NCAC 36.0221 references the Board of Pharmacy Rule 21 NCAC 46.2507 related to administering drugs. Upon review of the legislation and the adopted rule, staff identified the need to amend our rule to reflect the new adopted rule 21 NCAC 46.2514. So the amended rule is attached to this report for your review. The only changes is just adding the reference. So Madam Chair, staff recommends the board approved proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0221, license required, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions, board members, for Angela? Okay. You have heard the recommendation by the staff that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0221, license required, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Is there a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? Thank you. Edna Ellis has made the motion. Is there a second? Okay, Shakira. It has been seconded by Shakira. What's your last name, Shakira? Henderson, thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries.
Thank you. We'll now move to page 5 of your electronic packet. This is 21 NCAC 36.0228, clinical nurse specialist practice. At the September 2022 board meeting, the board approved staff's recommendation for proposed amendments to rules to eliminate the portfolio route for new CNS recognition and align with the requirements for certified registered nurse anesthetists, certified nurse midwives, and nurse practitioners, and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. The notice of text was filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the rule was published in the NC Register, Volume 37, Issue 10, on November 15, 2022. A public hearing was held on December 7th, 2022, and one comment was received. In addition, the board received written comments during the comment period, which ended January 17th, 2023 at 5 p.m. All those comments are attached in your packet for review. You will also note that the one individual who appeared before the open comment period or the public hearing is a response from board staff related to their comments. Madam Chair, staff recommends, and before I move on to that, there is one identified technical change. After reviewing the amendments an additional time, we noted a technical change from what was published. This correction is located in G4 on page 8 in your packet. At the end of the sentence, it should read "to the board" instead of "to either board." So, Madam Chair, staff recommends the board approve proposed amendments to include this identified technical change to 21 NCA 36.0228 clinical nurse specialist practice and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions for Angela? Okay. So the staff recommends that the board approve the proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0228 clinical nurse specialist practice and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking, including the identified technical change. Do I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? Thank you. It has been moved by Shakira. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Cheryl Wheeler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. Motion carries. Thank you. Angela?
And our last rule of the day is 21 NCAC 36.0817 COVID-19 drug preservation rule. This is on page 22 of your electronic packet. The board adopted an emergency and temporary rule to ensure certain drugs were available to treat COVID-19 back in March of 2020. The temporary rule became effective June 26, 2020, and was scheduled to remain in effect until February 9th, 2021. On September 10th, 2020, the Board of Nursing and the Medical Board received an additional formal request from the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Resources to proceed with permanent rulemaking of this temporary rule. The request expressly stated the rule could then be repealed at the conclusion of the state of emergency. The permanent rule became effective June 1, 2021, following approval by the board. On August 15th, Governor Roy Cooper signed Executive Order Number 267, termination of the COVID-19 state of emergency. Following confirmation from the Department of Health and Human Resources, 21 NCAC 36.0817 is ready to repeal. The notice of text of the proposed repeal was filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and rule was published in the NC Register, Volume 37, Issue 10, on November 15, 2020. Public hearing was held on December 7th, 2022 at the board office, and no comments were received. In addition, no comments were received during the comment period, which ended January 17th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Madam Chair, staff recommends the board approve repeal of 21 NCAC 36.0817 COVID-19 drug preservation rule and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions for Angela? Okay, board members, you have heard the staff's recommendation that the board approve repeal of 21 NCAC 36.0817 COVID-19 drug preservation rule and direct staff to proceed with rulemaking. Is there a motion to approve the staff's recommendation? Motion made by Dr. Amy Steele. Is there a second? Seconded by Frank DeMarco. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call for the vote. All in favor by show of hands. The motion carries. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. And so we will adjourn the board business meeting. We will come back for the public hearing at 1 o'clock. And so I now need a motion for the board business meeting to adjourn. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we adjourn the business meeting.
Well, thank you there, Tom. And it has
Shocker.
been made by Tom and seconded by Edna. All in favor, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor by show of hands. The board business meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
The hearing before the North Carolina Board of Nursing on matters set forth in a notice published in Volume 37, Issue 12 of the North Carolina Register on December 15, 2022, setting a public hearing for January 26, 2023, is now in session. My name is Angela Ellis, and I am the Chief Administrative Officer and Rulemaking Coordinator for the North Carolina Board of Nursing. Board members are seated around the table. Today's hearing will be transcribed. A record of this hearing, along with all written comments received during the 60-day comment period, will be maintained in the board office and will be available for public inspection during regular business hours. The hearing notice was filed with the North Carolina Office of Administrative Hearings as required by the Administrative Procedure Act and is hereby incorporated into the official board record. Copies are also available for public inspection during the public hearing. While the hearing notice indicated an effective date of April 1, 2023, all public comments regarding the effective date of these rules will be considered by the board prior to a vote to adopt the rules. Additionally, the board will continue to receive comments through the end of the 60-day comment period, which ends February 13, 2023. The purpose of this hearing is to gather data, comments, and arguments regarding proposed amendments to 21 NCAC 36.0807, continuing education. Has anyone requested to comment on the proposed rules? Thank you. As there is no one present to present comment, the public hearing is now concluded. As previously stated, the board will consider all written comments received prior to adopting proposed revisions.